Hello and welcome to the 2024 Powerlifting America Classic Open Nationals Day 3. I'm your host, Adriana Davis. This is the B session of the final day of Classic Open Nationals. We're going to jump around between weight classes. We'll keep you updated. Up first is going to be Brenda Arnold in the 76 kilo class, opening up with 77.5 kilos. Judges say 2-1, and she is on the board. Up next is going to be Elena, coming out to 130 kilos for her opening attempt. This is actually just 2.5 kilos under her all-time best in the squat.
Bar is loaded for Elena Pacunas, 286-pound opener.
Oh yeah, that moved well. Clearly she's made some progress in the off-season. 3 white lights, good lift for Elena.
Weight stays the same, 286. Bar is loaded for Stephanie Armenta.
We are going to jump into the 84 kilo class as Stephanie Armenta comes out to 130 kilos for her opening attempt. This is also just 2.5 kilos under her all-time best squat, and she's only been competing a little over a year. This is going to be her nationals debut, and she's looking to have a strong one.
That's a strong squat right there.
2-1, it's a good lift. She did get 1 red card for depth,
Weight stays the same.
but 2 white lights is all you need, and she is on the board. $130 kilos is going to stay on the bar for Lakvir Saudi Ghasal.
Bar is loaded for Lakvir.
We are staying in the 84 kilo class. She is actually a Masters 2 lifter, electing to compete in the Open. Look good to me. 3 white lights, that is a good lift for Lakvir,
Load bar to 290.
or as some may call her, Lucky.
292 for Leticia Rodriguez.
132.5 is going to go on the bar for Leticia
Bar
for
is
her
loaded.
opening attempt. Being coached under Flex Training Systems, this girl is still a teenager, and she's only been competing about 1.5 years, looking to have a strong debut on the national stage. 3 white lights, good lift. That is her first lift on the national stage. Shaking off those nerves. That first squat is honestly sometimes the hardest lift of the entire meet. Just because it's the first lift, you don't know if you're going to hit depth, you don't know if travel affected you much. And it feels good to just get on the board, get that positive momentum going. Lara Liu, we are going back to the 76 kilo class, and she's going to come out to 147.5. This is actually Laura's first meet in the 76 kilo class. Previously, she's competed as an 84 kilo lifter, electing to cut down the weight class.
Snaps it right up. That's a no.
Oh, unfortunately, 2-1 no lift. Gotta watch the replay here. She gets 2 red lights on depth. Unfortunately, it was right on that border, maybe on the high side. And it doesn't feel good to miss your opener like that. She's gonna have to come back and sink it a little more. I would probably suggest just staying the same weight, just get on the board. And now Grace Feliciano opening with 147.5. Through white lights, good lift. 147.5 stays on the bar for Megan Taylor Carey. This is going to be her nationals debut. Only has competed in 2 meets previously, and over the past year she's moved up from the 76 kilo weight class. Looking to have a strong debut on the national stage. See what the judges say. Oh, unfortunately, no lift on depth. I held my breath there. Yeah, it's right on that border, and this is a national level meet. These national level judges are gonna uphold the standard. It was super close. Hopefully she can come back, get that on her second. It'll be interesting to see if, similar to Laura, if she decides to stay the same weight or increase. But now Haley Anderson, we're jumping back down to the 76 kilo class where she's going to be taking 155 kilos. A lot of these lifters are making their debut to the Powerlifting America National stage, and so is Haley.
That's a
2-1, unfortunately, no lift for Haley. It's right there on the line, and the side we are seeing is the side that got the white light. The other 2 judges gave a red light for depth. Got a lot of depth calls these morning. Now, Anna Maria coming out to 160 kilos. She's one of the more experienced lifters out of the group, having competed since 2018. Not going to get too rattled by nerves, by the travel, by all the external factors. Deb look good from the front. We're going to see what the judges say. 3 white lights. Good lift for Anna Maria, and that's how you want to start the meet. The bar is raising to 170 kilos for Molly Cheney. She last competed at the Kaiko Classic in February, so not too long ago, but looking to have a strong debut to the national stage. Pretty smooth all the way through. Depth look, no question. Yep, judges agree. 3 white lights.
Raise the bar to 385 for Julia Pandolfi. 385.
We are back in the 84 kilo class as Julia Pandolfi going to take 175 kilos as her opening attempt. This is actually only her second meet, guys. She first competed in October of last year. And wow, this is a big opener for someone who just started competing. Oh yeah, that looks smooth. Yep, 3 white lights. Good lift for Julia. And now we have Chloe Dublin-Nutt taking 180 kilos for her opening attempt. This is a seasoned veteran in the game. She's been competing since 2015, has actually competed on the world level many times, even competed at the most recent World Games on the equipped siding. Yep. She's a seasoned competitor. She knows when opener should be. That was 3 white lights. Good lift for Chloe. And I'm super excited to see her progress. She took a little bit of a hiatus from competing since doing the World Games in 2022. And that is probably why you're wondering, hey, why isn't she in the A session? Well, she hasn't put up a total besides a qualifying meet since the World Games, which is 2 years ago. And we are taking the totals of these lifters from the past 24 months to sort them into the A and B sessions. But now we're at the we're at the top of the order. These lifters are going to be taking their second attempts. Brenda Arnold. We stay in the 76 kilo division. She is going to be taking 85 kilos. To the 1, that's a good lift for Brenda. Now we jump to the 84 kilo class as Stephanie Armenta elects to take just a 2.5 kilo jump. That's the minimum amount you can take unless you are taking some sort of national record. She takes a 2.5 kilo jump to 132.5 kilos. And this would match the best that she's ever done in competition. Only been competing for about a year. She last competed just in February, about 4 weeks ago at the Kaiko Classic. Looked pretty good. I wouldn't be too mad if that was her opener. Judges agree. 3 white lights for Stephanie. Coming back down to the 76 kilo class, Letitia taking a 5 kilo jump to 137.5 kilos. This is just a bit over 300 pounds on her second attempt. She's still a teenager, electing to compete in the open. She recently moved up from the 69 kilo class, and I really like to see that from these younger lifters. You see some of these younger lifters really fighting to stay in the lower weight class, but they should be growing, trying to build strength. And yeah, that looks like a strong second for Letitia. 3 white lights, good lift. Elena Picunis jumps up to 137.5 kilos on her second attempt. This is going to be a 5 kilo PR for her. Only been competing about 1.5 years. Gotta see how she handles this weight. Yeah, that looked pretty solid. See what the judges say. Dep looked good to me. 3 white lights. Good lift for Alina. Way to start off the day with a squat PR. That's got to feel good, especially at her first nationals meet. Now, Lucky taking a 10-kilo jump to 140 kilos. She is a Masters 2 lifter and is actually the reigning 84 kg Masters 2 champion, national champion from 2023. This is going to be her first Powerlifting America national meet in the open division. Looks solid to me, pretty smooth. 3 white lights, good lift for Lucky. Now, Megan Taylor Carey taking 147.5 kilos, having to retake her opener. If you recall, she missed her opener on depth. And I like this decision here because sometimes you see lifters, they miss an attempt on the technicality, on depth, and they go up anyways, trying to be greedy, trying to stick with the plan. But sometimes, especially since this is her nationals debut, I really like this decision to just try to get on the board. You don't want to risk bombing out, especially at your first nationals meet. See if she can sink it. Yeah, and sometimes if you sink it a little lower, it's going to look a little bit tougher. Whew, she is on the board, 3 white lights. Good lift for Megan. And it can be really tough to kind of switch up your technique on the day. You could be used to squatting a certain way in training. Then when you get on the national level stage, you're like, oh, I got to adjust to what the judges want. You got to sink a little bit more. Now, Laura Liu, looking to take inspiration from Megan, also missed her opener on depth, electing to go up anyways by 5 kilos. Now, some coaches and lifters, they decide to kind of split the difference between their opener and their second when they miss the opener on a technicality. So that could be what she's doing here. See if she's able to sink it. It's on that line. We're going to wait to see what the judges say. 3 white lights. She is on the board. Now we've got a bit of a trend here as Haley Anderson also missed her opener on depth, electing to retake that weight. Trying to take a little bit of inspiration from Megan and Laura. Really trying to get on the board here because your back is really against the wall if you end up missing your first 2 attempts and risk bombing out of the meet. She's got to sink this just a little bit more. Being coached by Vin from Kenmore Barbell. Oh yeah, I think that looked better. Gotta wait to see what the judges say. We've got that front view. Yeah, she's on the board. 3 white lights. She can breathe a sigh of relief. And that's always great to see. Lifters who end up missing their opener on a technicality, like I said, it can be really difficult mentally to come back and sink it a little more than you're used to. So happy for all those lifters who got on the board. Now, Grace Feliciano, already on the board, taking a 12.5 kilo jump to 160. This is actually going to be a 5 kilo PR for her. Oh, and it's a little bit sticky, but smooth all the way through. Unfortunately, no lift on depth. Let's see the replay. Yeah. So for folks who are not too familiar with powerlifting, the death roll and squat says that you've got to get the hip joint at the hip crease breaking parallel with the top surface of the knee. So hers right there, I think it was just that parallel or a tiny bit above. You've got to break parallel between those 2 points in order to meet the standard of the lift. Anna Maria Moncada, 170 on the bar. This is her debut to the Powerlifting America national stage. But she's very experienced in the game, been competing since 2018. Yeah, she's put in a bit of work, but she's up for the fight. Depth look, no question. 3 white lights for Anna Maria. Now, Molly Cheney, we are in the 84 kilo class as she bumps up to 180 kilos. This is just 2.5 kilos under her best squat. Could be pacing for a big PR here. Only last competed in February, so had a quick turnaround. Oh yeah, she's got to put in a bit of work. 3 white lights. I wonder where she goes from there because it was a bit of work, especially when she hit that sticking point in the middle. I wouldn't go more than 5 kilos, honestly. 5 kilos would give her a PR. 2.5 would match her PR. And it could be the smart decision to just take the minimum amount needed in order to build the total. You don't want to leave kilos on the platform. Now, Julia Pandolfi taking a 10 kilo jump to 185 kilos. We're in the 84 kilo class. And Julia, this is just her second meet, and this is already going to be a 2.5 kilo PR for her. That looked pretty smooth for a PR. Gotta see what the judges say. Yep, 3 white lights. Good lift for Julia. Phenomenal way to start the day thus far, hitting a PR on your second attempt. And now, Chloe Dublin-Nutt, seasoned veteran in the game, having won a sub-junior world title, competed at the world level many times in the juniors, making her return to the platform, jumping up to 195 kilos. And clearly she's made progress because this will be a 10 kilo PR for her. And it moves easy. 3 white lights. I did not expect any less from Chloe Dublin-Nutt. And yeah, that blows past her PR. She could honestly be competitive in the A session, but just because of her circumstances with taking a break, she's having to compete in the B session. But her goal today is going to be to go 9 for 9, hit as much as she can, put up the highest total that she can do, so that when it comes to later in the day in the A session, she could place as high as she can, even though she's not going to be able to compete among those ladies. And now Brenda Arnold taking just a 2.5 kilo jump to 87.5 kilos. She placed bronze medal at last year's Masters Nationals. Pretty speedy. Yep. I was holding my breath waiting to see what the judges say, but they all agree that it is a good lift. 3 white lights. We jump up to the 84 kilo division with Stephanie Armenta also taking a 2.5 kilo jump to 135, also looking to go 3 for 3 in the squats. She matched her PR in her second attempt, just looking to take that incremental PR on her third. She's just been competing for about a year, so I think this would be a great start to her nationals debut to be able to walk away with that incremental PR. Look pretty smooth all the way through. We gotta wait to see what the judges say. 3 white lights. Good lift for Stephanie. She goes 9 for 9. Collects that. Not 9 for 9, excuse me. She goes 3 for 3. Collects that 2.5 kilo squat PR. Now, Letitia, also jumping just the minimum, 2.5 kilos. Still a teenager. She's previously hit 140.5, looking to almost match her PR. Now, she can't take the chip, as this would not be a national record in the open, but she is trying to just hit right below her PR, carry some positive momentum going forward in the bench and deadlifts. Oh yeah, depth look, no question there. Look pretty solid to me. I think that was the right call. 3 white lights, good lift. Some people can end up getting too greedy. You could say, hey, that looked pretty smooth. Maybe she had another 2.5. Well, you never know. You could say the same thing if she went the extra 2.5 and potentially missed it. You could say, hey, she had 2.5 less. Kind of Monday morning quarterback talk. I think that's a great way to start off the day, going 3 for 3 and nearly matching her PR. Now, Elena Piconis taking a 7.5 kilo jump to 145 kilos. We're in the 76 kilo division, and she already hit a 5 kilo PR, looking to add 7.5 kilos to that at her nationals debut. Ooh, she's up for the fight. Yep, look good to me. Judges agree. 3 white lights for Elena. She's happy with that. Hugs her coach. Now, Lucky in the 84 kilo division, Masters 2 lifter, electing to compete in the Open for the first time on the Powerlifting America national stage. She took even 10 kilo jumps. This is 150 kilos for a Masters 2 lifter. Oh, that looks smooth. Everything looked good to me. Judges agree. 3 white lights, and Lucky goes 3 for 3 in a squat event. Now, Megan Taylor Carey was forced to repeat her opener due to missing it on depth, electing to take just a 5 kilo jump to 152.5 kilos. Now, her PR is 157.5. They could have got greedy, tried to match that or go over it, but I think this is the right call here, given that she did have the depth issue on the first, trying to correct that. Yep. Just a little too much. I think she did reach depth there, so due to having to sink it a bit more, perhaps it just ended up being a little too much, just due to that little extra range of motion at the bottom. But she's on the board, no worries. And Laura Liu taking a 5 kilo jump to 157.5. Missed her opener, went up anyways, almost like she didn't miss it. And now trying to end the day, 2 for 3 in the squat event. Walking away with a incremental PR if she were to get this, a 2.5 kilo squat PR. Oh, big fight there. Come on, Laura. Yeah, that looked good. That was a good scrap. 3 white lights. Good lift for Laura. Oh, she is ecstatic with that. Super happy, as she should be. Started off the day not the best by missing her opener, but ended with a squat PR. Redemption in the squats. Haley Anderson looking to do kind of the same thing. She missed her opener, had to retake it. taking a 5 kilo jump here to 160 kilos. Now, kind of the same story as Megan here. She has a PR of 165, but due to missing her opener on depth, it could be just too much of a risk to try to match that. So they just took 5 kilos here. Oh, yeah, that was the right call. Depth looked good from the front. Got to see what the judges say. 3 white lights, a good lift for Haley Anderson as she moves forward. 2 for 3 in the squat event, hitting her third squat. That's got to feel good after missing your opener on depth. Grace Feliciano in the 84 kilo division, repeating 160. Now she took relatively a big jump. It's not a crazy jump of 12.5 kilos to her second. Ending up missing it on depth, retaking it, trying to sink a little bit lower, looking to correct that ship. Yeah, I think she just, again, we saw this earlier, just sunk it a little bit more than perhaps she might be used to in training. And then if you sink a little bit more, that could just prove to be too much on your strength. You could be hitting, that's why it's so different from training to the platform. You could be hitting these big squats in training, but you didn't travel, you don't have national level judges. It's a big difference. She's still on the board though, walks away with her opener. And now Ana Maria Moncada, 2 for 3 so far in the squats, looking to go 3 for 3 as she puts on 175 kilos. Oh, she's up for the fight. Yeah, that was a good call. Even proof right from the judges, 3 white lights, a good lift. I think that was the perfect call for her third attempt. You don't want to have a third attempt that looks like a warm-up where you're leaving so many kilos on the platform. You want to get just near what you're capable of and not tip over the scale, as Molly Cheney looks to do the same, jumping 5 kilos to 185. This is over 400 pounds, guys. And this would actually be a 2.5 kilo squat PR for her at her nationals debut. Dep looked no question. Oh, I almost thought she was going to fight through that sticking point. Just a little too much. She does walk away 2 for 3 in the squat event. Just a bit under her PR, just 2.5 kilos. And now Julia Pandolfi taking a 7.5 kilo jump to 192.5 kilos. This is only her second meet, surprisingly enough, and she's already squatting 192.5. That is 424 pounds. This will be a 10 kilo PR for Julia if she's able to hit this. Big squat for a newcomer in the sport. Yeah, that was a solid third attempt. Oh, I spoke too soon. 2-1, no lift. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see on the replay, but she was called on depth by those 2 referees. So that's going to unfortunately be no lift for Julia. She clearly had the strength for it, just had to sink a little bit lower. And now Chloe Dublin Nutt taking 203 kilos for her third attempt. This is an 18 kilo PR for Chloe, making a strong return to the platform, being coached by Shane Nutt. Let's see this national record attempt from the B session, looking to put up the highest total she can to contend with the competitors in the A session. Let's see it, Chloe. And it didn't even look that hard. Wow. 3 white lights. That is a new 76 kilo national squat record for Chloe Dublin Nutt. Amazing. I cannot wait to see what progress she has made on her bench and deadlifts. See what PR total she ends up with at the end of the day. We are going to move straight into the B flight. As a reminder, we've got 2 flights in this morning session. And how it works is the first flight will take all of their attempts in the squat, and then we roll straight into the B flight, taking all of their attempts with no break, and that is how it's going to work in each discipline. As Dejiling Xiong is going to start off the B flight with 130 kilos as an opener. We are in the 84 plus kilo class. Her first meet was actually just this past October, and this is going to be her debut to the national stage. Oh, it's a bit of a sticking point in the middle. 3 white lights, good lift nonetheless. I wonder where she jumps from there because it didn't look too hard. Like, out of the hole, it was pretty easy, but once she hit that sticking point, you had to put in a little bit of work. And you could say, hey, that lift looked pretty easy, but usually as a coach or a handler, you're trying to judge how much your lifter has left in the tank based off their sticking point typically. So I wouldn't expect a super duper big jump from her unless there was just some sort of misgroove there. Now, Sarah Shelton, we stay in the 84 plus kilo class as she takes 137.5 for her opening attempt. This actually matches her all-time PR squat in competition. She's a seasoned competitor, been competing since 2017, and actually traveled to Bench Worlds last year.
Picture perfect.
Smooth and steady all the way through. 3 white lights, good lift for Sarah. We've got a lot of newcomers in the sport. Really exciting to see as Hope Showers making her nationals debut, competing for just about a year, loading up with 140 kilos for her opening attempt. Looked pretty solid to me. 3 white lights. The speaker says there was no doubt on her depth. Good lift for Hope. Starting off the day strong. Now, Shanti Kausa, we are still in the 84 plus kilo class, loads up 150 kilos for her opening attempt. 150 kilos, and this is already a 5 kilo PR for Shanti. She is actually a sub-junior lifter, which means that she is still a teenager competing at Open Nationals. She's got a lot of experience in her, even though she is young. She is the sub-junior national champion from 2022. Yeah, that looked good. That looked great for a 5 kilo PR as an opening attempt. Shanti's still a sub-junior, went on to compete at Sub-Junior Worlds in 2022, so she's got that high-level competition experience. And now, Michael St. Clair, we are now in the men's division, going to be jumping back and forth here. In the 120 kilo class, Michael going to be taking 165 as his opening attempt. Just a little delay here as the spotters are having to adjust the rack a little bit. And you see the racks are actually slightly pointed in. That's usually because a lifter has trouble with hitting the rack on their walkout, or they want to kind of put their arms out wide beyond the racks. It's just sort of preference. Most lifters have their racks in the normal out position, but some lifters elect to have it in. Michael didn't have to travel too far as he is hailing out of Nevada. Good lift for Michael. Way to start off the day.
Lower the bar to 473 for Jordan Blinko. 473.
Jordan Blinko, we jumped to the 120 plus kilo class. 215 kilos goes on the bar for Jordan. This is only his second meet, trying to make a strong debut to the national stage as he loads up the best he's done in competition in the squat for his opening attempt. He's still a junior lifter. A lot of times you see that these junior and sub-junior lifters, it's kind of hard to scout them because they'll make great progress since they're so young. Electing to have no knee sleeves. Says, hey, I don't need them. As he gets to the one, good lift. Front judge gave a red card for depth, but the side judges say it's okay, so he's on the board.
523.
And Matthew, we are staying in the 120 kilo class, loads up 237.5 kilos on the bar. This is going to be our first squat over 500 pounds of this session. This is 523 pounds for his opening attempt. Give some props to the spotters and loaders for keeping him safe. This is not going to be his nationals debut. He's competed at Open Nationals last year and placed 6th in that meet. Depth look good from here and move like an opener should. 3 white lights, good lift for Matthew. Good way to start out the day. Stefan Culbertson coming out to 247.5 for his opening attempt. We're back in the 120 kilo division, and this is actually going to be a 2.5 kilo squat PR for Stefan on his opening attempt. Only been competing about 2 years. Clearly, he's made some progress in the gym, barring that this opening squat goes well, and I'm sure that it will. Had to put in a bit of work, but it wasn't too hard for his opening attempt. To the one, good lift. One judge gives a blue card. Now, a blue card can be either for soft knees or the bar going up and down. And I didn't see the bar going up and down at all, honestly. So I'm assuming that could be soft knees either at the start or end of the lift. But he is on the board, secures that squat PR on his opening attempt. Kevin Din, we are in the 120 plus kilo division, comes out to 257.5 kilos. He went to nationals last year, placing 5th at that meet. And this is just 2.5 kilos under his PR. Oh yeah, that moved good.
Look at that speed.
That moved good. 3 white lights. We could expect a PR out of him on his second, possibly third attempt. Tony Tillman. We are staying in the 120 plus kilo division as 257.5 stays on the bar for his opening attempt. Big trend here with these lifters making a ton of progress in the offseason. Tony Tillman, this is already going to be a 5 kilo PR for him on his opening attempt. He placed 4th at last year's Open Nationals. Only been competing about 2 years. To the 1, that is a good lift for Tony. He secures a squat PR. Got 1 red card from the side referee on depth, but no worries. 2 is all you need. And William Rounds is going to round off this opening flight of squats in the B flight, as he is going to take 267.5 on his opening attempt in the 120 kilo division. Really continuing the trend here, as this is going to be a 5 kilo PR for him on his opening attempt. His first meet was less than a year ago, last July. He's either still a junior or just aged out, and we'll see how he handles this PR. Oh, ooh. Good catch from the spotters and loaders. Yeah, he just took a little, he kind of stumbled at the time. He looked like he was losing his balance, kind of shifting to the left side a little bit. I would just repeat that if I were his coach, considering that that is a PR for him. And it didn't look all too easy. Like, he kind of had to fight a little bit at the bottom. So hoping that he can get that on his second attempt. We are back to the top of the order, where Dejuling Xiong in the 84 plus kilo division, jumping 5 kilos to her second attempt at 135. This is going to match her previous best in competition. And she only last competed about a month ago at the Kaiko Classic. Oh yeah, that moved pretty well. And that's actually what she ended off with at her last meet just a month ago. It's really phenomenal to see these newer lifters make so much progress in such a short amount of time. Sarah Shelton gonna come out to 145 for her second attempt. She matched her PR on her first gonna surpass it on her second.
Ballers loaded for 75.
Has lots of experience at national meets, is a 2-time bench national champion. As we said earlier, she went to Bench Worlds, competed at this year's Bench Nationals in January. Not going to get rattled by the national stage. Let's see this PR from Sarah. Oh, yeah, when the fight comes, she's ready for it. It was slow and steady. 3 white lights. She secures that squat PR on her second attempt. Hope Showers in the 84 plus kilo division, jumping 10 kilos to 150. This is going to match her squat PR. Only been competing about a year. Already on the national stage. Oh, and it's a fight on her second attempt. But she's up for it. 3 white lights. Hope gets that squat on the board. Matches her previous squat PR. And honestly, from there, I would just jump 2.5, 5 kilos maximum. It's great that she already secured that match squat PR, so that if she were to make PRs in the bench and deadlift, or even match one discipline in the PR, hit a PR in one of them, hit a PR in the deadlift perhaps, then she's going to have a PR total at her nationals debut. Now, Shanti Kausa in the 84 plus kilo division, no stranger to the high level competition, jumping 10 kilos to 160. This is going to be a 15 kilo PR for Shanti. Still a sub junior. Oh yeah, and that move good. That move really good. 2 to 1, it's a good lift. Gets 1 red card on depth. But she secures that 15 kilo squat PR. Michael St. Clair jumping the minimum amount of 2.5 kilos to his second attempt at 167.5 in the 120 kilo division.
Ballers loaded for Michael St. Clair.
Depth looked good to me. Good fight for Michael on his second attempt. 3 white lights, good lift. Yeah, he's slow in the hole, but then just when you think he might cut it a little high, he sinks that extra little bit to get depth. And now Jordan Blanco in the 120 plus class, taking a 7.5 kilo jump to 222.5. We are knocking on the door of 500 pounds here. This is only Jordan's second meet. He's still a junior lifter. And of course, this is going to be a PR for him. These junior and sub-junior lifters make a ton of progress. It's going to be hard to judge their top end. Wow, it moved really easy. On the border for depth, we gotta see what they say. 3 white lights, I stand corrected. Good lift for Jordan, and that is a 7.5 kilo squat PR for him, moving easily. Matthew in the 120 plus kilo division, taking a 15 kilo jump to 252.5. We are over the 550 pound mark. This is about 7.5 kilos under his best. He's got the experience of a national level meet, having competed at Open Nationals last year. Not gonna get rattled by the stage. That looked good from the front. Yeah, and that's kind of how you want a second to move. A little slower than your opener. 3 white lights, good lift for Matthew. A little slower than your opener, but not too slow to where it's an all-out grinder. You don't have anything left in the tank. And that looked solid for Matthew. Now, Stefan Culbertson taking a 12.5 kilo jump to 260 kilos. Already hit the incremental PR on his opener, looking to hit a 15 kilo squat PR. And we are on his second attempt, guys. This is his nationals debut, really looking to start out strong. Yeah, I had to put in a bit of work, but that's kind of what you expect from a second attempt. 2 to 1, it's a good lift for Stefan. Gets 1 red card on depth, but he still secures that big squat PR. And now, William Rounds missed his opening attempt. He got it up, but kind of lost his balance. It kind of looked a little bit difficult than you want an opener to be. Was shifting to his left side, took a step, and unfortunately between the commands of squat and rack, you've got to keep your feet planted on the floor. Now they can rock back and forth, but you cannot leave the footprint. So if you take a step backwards, sideways, forward, that kind of shows that you don't have complete control of the weight. So that is why that's going to be a no lift if you take a step like that. I really like the decision here to just stick with his opener, just repeat it, get on the board. Yeah, looked a lot better. Gotta see what the judges say on the depth. 3 white lights. William Rounds is on the board. Breathes a sigh of relief there. And everyone is on the board. That's always great to see. Kevin Din taking a 10 kilo jump to 267.5. He placed 5th at last year's Nationals, has got that experience on the national level stage. And this is going to be a 7.5 kilo PR for Kevin. Oh, I thought he was going to be able to fight through that. Unfortunately, honestly, just a little bit too heavy, like 2.5 kilos too heavy. Hopefully he can make the proper corrections, come back and hit it on his 3rd attempt. But it's going to be kind of tough. It's really tough to miss a lift on strength, rally back, hit it on your third. I've seen it happen before, and we hope we can see it from Kevin. But first, Tony Tillman, 267.5 stays on the bar for him. We stay in the 120 plus kilo division. And this is going to be a 15 kilo PR for him. Let's see how he handles it. Moved pretty well. Unfortunately, no lift. Let's see the replay here. It's right there. I would honestly, if I were his coach, I would approach the jury table because it's really going to be tough to miss your second attempt, having to face the decision to repeat it or go up when it moves so smoothly. And it was right on that line. Now, since he got a white light, you do have the option to approach the jury, request that they review it, potentially overturn it. But yeah, unfortunately, that is no lift for William. Excuse me, that wasn't William. That was Tony. Back to the top of the order. This is going to be our final round of squats in this B session as Dejaline Xiong gets set up with 140 kilos in the 84 plus kilo division. Oh, wow. Hits that same sticking point that she had on her first two attempts, is able to fight through it and go 3 for 3 at her Nationals debut, secure a squat PR. Really love to see that. Yeah, right there. It slowed down, it paused, but it never went down. Sarah Shelton loading up 150 for her third attempt. Taking a 5 kilo jump. Already secured the squat PR. Looking to further that on her third. Oh, and it's a fight. Oh, unfortunately, no lift for Sarah. Still walks away with the squat PR, going 2 for 3. Not a too bad day as she gets that squat PR. And now Hope Showers looking to go 3 for 3. Loads up 155 on the bar for her third attempt in the 84 plus kilo division. She matched her PR in her second. This is going to be a 5 kilo PR if she hits this. Oh, and it's a battle. Who bares her teeth at the top? See what the judges say. 3 white lights, super exciting for Hope as she goes 3 for 3 and secures that 5 kilo squat PR.
363 pounds for Shanti. The R is loaded for Shanti Kelsa, her final squat.
Shanti Kelsa loading up with 165 on the bar for her third attempt. This will be a 20 kilo squat PR for the sub-junior lifter electing to compete in the open. Oh, it's a battle. Yeah, it was slow out of the hole, but she sticks with it. 2 to 1, good lift, secures that big 20 kilo squat PR. Super excited to see what she does in the future. Jordan Blinko, we are loading up 227.5. That is just over 500 pounds for his third attempt. Already secured that squat PR in her second, looking to further that and hit that big 500 mark as a junior in the open division. That moved great. That moved really well for a third attempt. 3 white lights, a good lift. If you told me that was his opener, I would not blink an eye. That moved really fast for his first 500-pound squat in competition. Matthew Buchbinder loading up 265 for his third attempt in the 120 plus kilo division. This will be a 5 kilo squat PR for him.
For dinner tonight at Louis Basque Quarter. Bars loaded for Matthew Bookbinder. Drinks are at 7, dinners at 8. They're shut down the entire restaurant for Powerlifting America. Buy your tickets on the website.
Ooh, let's see it. Yeah, good fight from Matthew. 3 white lights. That is a good lift for Matthew, securing that big 5 kilo squat PR, knocking on the door of 600 pounds. Now, Kevin Din missed his second attempt at 267.5, and it seems like it was on strength. It's going to be very difficult to come back and hit this. I've seen it happen before. I've seen miracles happen. Is Kevin the miracle man today? Let's see it. Gets some support from the crowd, as he needs this third squat in order to not leave those valuable kilos on the table. Oh, just too much. Good catch from the spotters. Still gives props to the spotters. Hats off to Kevin for coming out and attempting to retake that weight. He's still on the board, walks away with his opener. Gonna look to have a better day in the bench and deadlift. And now, Tony Tillman. Same attempts as Kevin, but instead trying to get a good lift on his third squat. He missed his second on depth. It wasn't a strength issue. So his situation, it's a little more probable for him to be able to come back and hit this on his third. He's just got to sink a little bit deeper. And if I remember correctly, it was on that border. It wasn't like it was egregiously high. He can come back and hit this.
These are the last 3 squats of the morning. Let's get behind these lifters. Third attempts. 589.
Oh, yeah. has to put in some work. We're going to wait to see what the judges say. 2-1, a good lift for Tony. He snatches those extra 10 kilos. Yeah, that looked good. He just hits depth. And the judges agree 2-1. He gets that third squat in. And that was a big PR for him, too. Stefan Culbertson, 270. This is just 5 pounds under 600 pounds for his third attempt squat. Already hit a big 15 kilo PR, looking to make that 25 kilos. Only been competing about 2 years. His second squat slowed down a little bit, but it was smooth all the way through. Seems like he is up for the fight. Let's see it. And up for the fight he is. Oh, I thought he was going to break through that. Unfortunately, no lift for Stefan. Still walks away with a 15 kilo squat PR. Nothing to be ashamed of. And he put his heart out on the platform. Going 2 for 3 in the squats. Not too bad. And now, William Rounds missed his opener, came back, was able to rally back and hit that on his second. Now jumping 12.5 kilos to 280. And we are not in the heaviest class. We are in the 120 kilo class. William looking to hit a big squat PR. His first meet was only July of last year. What kind of progress is he making? Tries to get the crowd fired up. This is our last squat of the B session. We've got to make it a good one. Come on, William. Ooh. Looks pretty smooth. Gotta wait to see what the judges say. 2-1. It's a good lift, and he celebrates as he hits a big squat PR over 600 pounds, 280 kilos on his third attempt. He's going to be happy with that, looking to carry that momentum forward in the bench event. Thank you for joining us for the squats of this B session in day 3 of Powerlifting America Classic Open Nationals. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in 10 minutes for the bench press. Welcome back to Powerlifting America Classic Open Nationals Day 3 B session. We are super excited to get back into it, get back into the bench press for this session. We're going to jump around between a few weight classes. That's going to include, on the women's side, the 76, 84, 84 plus classes, and on the men's side, the 120 and 120 plus classes. We're going to get started in just a few seconds with Brenda Arnold, our master's lifter, going to be opening up with 55 kilos. Brenda has some national experience behind her. She placed bronze at last year's Masters Nationals, But this is her first nationals, electing to compete in the open. Look like a solid opener. Laura Liu coming up next. Staying in the 76 kilo class, going to be opening up with 62.5 kilos, and this actually matches her previous best bench in competition. Looks solid. 3 white lights. Good lift for Laura. A little bit sticky for an opener. Usually you want an opener that is super fast, especially in the bench, because if you add just a couple of kilos, that could be the limit. So a little bit sticky for her, but she is on the board, is able to match her PR on her opening attempt. Up next is going to be Stephanie Armenta. We are in the 84 kilo division. She's going to be opening up with 65 kilos. She's just been competing for a little over a year, looking to have a strong debut to the national stage. Good lift. 3 white lights for Stephanie. 67.5 is going on the bar for Letitia. Staying in the 76, going back to the 76 kilo class. As Letitia looking to hit just 2.5 under her all-time best bench. She's still a teenager, being coached by Flex. You see big body there on the side. Electing to compete in the open, looking to get some invaluable experience. Oh yeah, that was easy. She's clearly made a ton of progress in the off season. Pacing for a PR today in the bench. Molly Cheney, 67.5 for her opening attempt. We are back to the 84 kilo division. This is going to be her debut to the national stage. Slow and steady. 3 white lights. Good lift from Molly. She's on the board. Now, as always, we're not really expecting to see major fights or fireworks in the opening attempts. They are simply and typically just attempts that you use to get on the board. Has to be a super easy attempt that you can do on any given day, no matter the circumstances, given that a lot of these athletes have had to cut into the class, have had to travel to come out here to Reno, Nevada. Lots of different factors. As Grace Feliciano makes easy work with 67.5 for her opening attempt. 3 white lights, good lift for Grace. And that was just 2.5 kilos under her best, moving super speedy. Now Haley Anderson in the 76 kilo class, coming out to 70 kilos for her opening attempt. That quick press command. Looks pretty clean to me. Judges agree, 3 white lights for Haley. Bars loaded for Elena Picunis with 72.5 kilos on the bar. We're in the 76 kilo class. Elena looking to have a strong nationals debut. She already went 3 for 3 in the squat event. Picked up a few kilos on her PR. Looking to do the same in the bench. Oh yeah, that was easy. Starting off strong, 3 white lights for Elena. Good lift. Lucky, one of our masters lifters, coming out to 72.5. We are in the 84 kilo division. And she's the reigning 84 kilo Masters 2 national champion, electing to compete in the open for this meet. Oh, a little sticky. Now, I've seen a lot of Masters lifters put up big scraps. 2-1, good lift. I've seen a lot of Masters lifters able to be really scrappy and fight through tough sticking points. So that looked a little slow for an opener, but honestly, some lifters, all of their lifts look slow, especially in maybe one particular lift. Maybe all of her benches look slow. We'll just have to see how she does coming up in the second and third attempts. Now, Ana Maria Moncada back to the 76 kilo division as she takes 80 kilos for opening attempt. Makes easy work of 80 kilos. That's over her body weight for her opening attempt. 3 white lights, good lift. Now, Megan Taylor Carey, coming out of New York, being coached by Vin at Kenmore Barbell. Unfortunately, only went 1 for 3 in the squats, looking to have a much better day in the bench. She struggled with depth a little bit, but she's been making a lot of progress in training ever since moving up from the 76 kilo class, looking to showcase that in the bench and deadlift. Yep, that moved like an opener should. No problems there. Always gotta wait for the lights. Judge does agree with me. 3 white lights for Megan. Starting off strong in the bench. Now, Julia Pandolfi, staying in the 84 kilo division, loading up 87.5 for her opening attempt. We are knocking on the door of 200 pounds. Oh yeah, and that moved good. A little bit of anticipation there. 3 white lights. Good lift for Julia. She's on the board in the bench press.
To a whopping 242 pounds.
Now, Chloe Dublin Nutt really should be in the A session, but took a little hiatus from the platform, having to compete in the B session, opening up with 110 kilos. I expect this to move super easy. This is 10.5 kilos under her PR. Yeah, that looked like a warm-up for Chloe. 3 white lights, good lift. I really can't wait to see what she ends up hitting on her third. And we are going back to the top of the order with Brenda Arnold in the 76 kilo class, taking a 5 kilo jump to 60 kilos. Yeah, that moved well. 3 white lights, good lift for Brenda. Laura Liu, staying in the 76 kilo division, taking a small 2.5 kilo jump to 65 kilos. This is going to be a 2.5 kilo PR, and she is coming down from the 84 kilo class. So this is going to be her debut to the 76 kilo class. And usually when you make a cut like that, bench is the first thing to go. So if she can hit this PR, that would be phenomenal. Yeah, move well. A little tough. Had to put in a bit of work. 3 white lights. Good lift for Laura. Having a good 76 kilo debut thus far. Stephanie Armenta, 70 kilos on the bar for her. We're in the 84 kilo division. And this would actually match her all-time best bench in competition. Been competing for just a little over a year, so super new lifter. Usually you expect from these newer lifters a ton of gains within their first few years of the sport. Oh, and it's a fight. The judges say 3 white lights, good lift. Yeah, she had to put in a bit of work for that second attempt, but it was smooth all the way through and never had a doubt that she could possibly fail it. And now Letitia in the 76 kilo class, coming out to 72.5 kilos. She is one of our teen lifters in this session, moving up from the 69 kilo class. Oh wow, that moved easy, and that was a incremental 2.5 kilo PR for her. Molly Cheney, 72.5. This is her debut to the national stage, looking to match her all-time best bench PR.
That is about as efficient as it gets.
Good lift for Bali. Having gone 2 for 3 thus far in the bench event. Now Grace Feliciano in the 84 kilo class, taking a 5 kilo jump to 72.5. This would already be a incremental 2.5 kilo PR for her. This is only her 3rd competition ever, trying to have a strong nationals debut. Pretty solid. See what the judges say. 3 white lights. Good lift for Grace. Phenomenal day thus far. Haley Anderson, 76 kilo division, jumping 5 kilos to 75. Oh, has to put in a bit of work. 3 white lights. Good lift for Haley. Had to put in a bit of a work for that 2nd attempt. I honestly wouldn't go more than 2.5. On the 3rd, she could jump 5 potentially if she's a grinder, but usually on bench, that extra 2.5 kilos can really make the difference, because typically you're lifting a lot lighter in the bench than you are in the squat and deadlift, and that's going to be a higher percentage of what you're lifting. Elena Pikunis taking a 5 kilo jump to 77.5 in the 76 kilo class. Move well. A little slow off the chest, but smooth all the way through. 3 white lights. Good lift. Elena having a great meet thus far. Hasn't missed a lift yet. Gonna want to carry that momentum forward as we move on to 3rd bench attempts. First, Lucky, one of our masters lifters, also taking 77.5 for her 2nd attempt.
He is a women's 84 kilo.
Oh, has to put in a big battle. See what the judges say. 3 white lights. That's a good lift for Lucky. I told you guys, these masters lifters are really scrappy, really know how to put in a fight.
Bar is elated. She just did a 176 over, taking it up to 187.
Ana Maria Moncada taking a 5 kilo jump to 85 kilos for her 2nd attempt. This is going to match the best she's done in competition at her Powerlifting America Nationals debut. Look pretty solid for a 2nd attempt. 3 white lights. Good lift for Ana Maria.
Bar is loaded for Megan.
Megan Taylor Carey taking a relatively big 7.5 kilo jump to 87.5 for her second attempt. Moved pretty good. That matches the best she's ever done in competition. 3 white lights, good lift. Now you could go either 5 or 2.5 on that one. I would probably stick with 2.5 just to secure the incremental PR. Try to go 3 for 3 after the kind of scare that she had in the squat event. And now Julia Pandolfi, 95 kilos is on the bar for her. We're staying in the 84 kilo class. And this also matches the best she's done in competition at her second meet ever. Look pretty smooth. There's the 3 white lights for Julia.
Raise the bar to 259 for Chloe Dublin-Nutt. 259. Gigantic attempt. Bar is loaded.
Now Chloe Dublin-Nutt taking a 7.5 kilo jump to 117.5. Her first attempt absolutely flew. She is, oh my gosh, that was so fast. And that was just 3 kilos under her all-time best in the bench. She's already projected at a 518 kilo total. Now that takes the lift she's done so far as well as her opening deadlift. And she's really gonna wanna put up the most competitive total that she can to try to place the highest that she can while she cannot compete in the A session later today. Now, her 518 kilo forecast total is phenomenal for the division. Could put her on the podium depending on what she does in the deadlifts. But first, we are back to the top of the order with Brenda Arnold, 65 kilos on the bar for her. Gonna match the best she's done in competition. Oh yeah, that was good. That was a good attempt. 3 white lights, good lift for Brenda.
Perfect thus far. Laura Lou is our next lifter. Bar is loaded with 148 pounds for Laura.
Laura Lou coming out to 67.5. She elected to just take the minimum 2.5 kilo jumps. Already secured that bench PR on her second attempt, looking to further that here. Oh yeah, just a little too much. It's alright, she left all that she could on the platform. She only jumped up the minimum amount to her third, so you know that all she had on the day was that 65 kilos, and you can move forward for the deadlifts. And now, Stephanie Armenta also taking the minimum amount, 2.5 kilo jump to 72.5. She has not missed a lift yet. Gonna want to continue that trend leading into this third bench press attempt. Oh, and she's up for the fight. It's just a little bit too much. She walks away with 70. No worries. Like I said, she likely left all that she had on the platform because you can only take those 2.5 kilo jumps. You cannot take something like a 1 kilo jump unless it's a record attempt. And she moves forward for the deadlifts as Letitia also taking a 2.5 kilo jump to 75 kilos for her third attempt. Letitia, still a sub-junior, electing to compete in the open. This is going to be a 5 kilo PR for her. Oh, that moved really well for a third attempt. 3 white lights. Good lift for Letitia. She secures that 5 kilo PR and makes it move pretty easy. Really conserves a lot of energy that she has left for the deadlifts. And now Molly Cheney in the 84 kilo division, 75 kilos is on the bar for her. Oh, she's a fighter. No, it's not going. Kind of a little bit of a long press command there. I think the judge probably thought that she wasn't motionless on the chest, so she kind of had to hold it there for like half a second more, 1 second more, and that makes a big difference when you're holding these weights that you've never touched before, at least in competition. Now, Haley Anderson, 77.5 for her third attempt bench press. This will be a incremental PR for her. Incremental meaning a 2.5 kilo PR. Oh, I don't think it's going. Unfortunately, no lift for Haley. Walks away with 75 kilos. Now, Grace Feliciano in the 84 kilo class, also trying to take 77.5 kilos. Now, it has been said that the third attempt bench press is the most missed lift of the entire competition. It's really tough when you've only got these minimum 2.5 kilo jumps, and that can make all the difference. She tried to fight through the sticking point. Unfortunately, the trend continues of lifters missing their third attempt bench. That is a no lift for Grace. Lucky trying to change the tide here, taking a 2.5 kilo jump to 80 kilos. Really trying to change the tide and hit this third attempt. Hasn't missed a lift yet. Gonna try to continue that trend right here on her third attempt. Unfortunately, the trend continues. No lift for Lucky. Walks away with 77.5 kilos. Elena Piconis taking a 5 kilo jump to 82.5 kilos. She already hit a 2.5 kilo PR on her second attempt. Trying to get a big 7.5 kilo PR here. That's a big PR for the bench press. Bench press can be kind of tough to progress sometimes just because the load is simply not as much as a squat and deadlift, and you are using your legs in a leg drive, but it's not really a full body movement. Yeah, it's just a little too much. That's the thing, your second attempt on the bench, it could fly. You think, hey, I got 2.5, I got 5 kilos. You put it on, it's just stapled to your chest. It's not going. Ana Maria Moncada taking a 5 kilo jump to 90 kilos. This is just under 200 pounds for her third attempt and would be a 5 kilo PR. Really going to try to change the trend here of missing your third attempt. Really going to hope that she gets this. Just too much. Ana Maria, no lift on her third attempt. walks away with 85 kilos. Now, Megan Taylor Carey takes the minimum 2.5 kilo jump to 90 kilos on her third attempt. Oh, come on, Megan. And Megan has broke the trend of missing your third bench. She rallies back after a shaky squat event, goes 3 for 3 in the bench, walks away with 90 kilos. And that is a 2.5 kilo PR on the bench that she walks away with. Julia Pandolfi taking a 2.5 kilo jump to 97.5. This is about 215 pounds. Smooth and steady. What did the judges say? 3 white lights. It's a good lift for Julia. Oh my gosh. And Chloe Nutt, taking a national record attempt in the 76 kilo open division with 125.5 kilos on the bar. That is 276 pounds. She already took the national record on her squat. She's looking to take one as well in the bench. This would be a 5 kilo PR for Chloe. After her hiatus from the platform, she is on a comeback here. Her second attempt flew. Can she add 8 kilos to that second attempt? That's a pretty big jump. Let's see it.
Somebody clap their hands for Chloe right now.
Oh yeah, Chloe Nutt putting up a national record attempt, 125.5 in the bench. She is ecstatic with that. She's really having a strong comeback here. Gonna be trying to put up the highest total she can to contend with the A session lifters. We are going to move straight into the B session as Dejiling Xiong starts us off in the 84 plus kilo class with 52.5 for opening attempt.
Bar is loaded for Dejiling.
This is going to be just 2.5 kilos under her PR, and she just first competed this past October, looking to have a strong nationals debut. She's had a strong debut so far. She went 3 for 3 in the squats.
Dejiling is on board. Raised the bar to 137 pounds for Shanti Khalsa.
And that was a good lift for Dejiling, starting off strong in the bench. Now, Shanti Khalsa, 62.5 kilos loaded on the bar for her. We are staying in the 84 plus kilo division. She hopes to hoping up by matching her PR. I'm telling you, these sub-junior lifters, they make a ton of progress meet to meet. It's really phenomenal to see. Oh yeah, makes it move easy. She's clearly set to hit a PR in her following attempts. 3 white lights, good lift. Had a little bit of anticipation there.
154. Bar is loaded, that's 70 kilos. 70 kilos.
1 70 kilos on the bar for Sarah Shelton's opening attempt. We're staying in the 84 plus kilo division. All of our females in this flight actually are going to be in the 84 plus kilo division. And in the men's side, we're going to bounce back and forth. Nice work. 3 white lights. Good lift for Sarah.
165.75 kilos for Hope Showers.
Hope Showers coming out to 75 kilos on her opening bench attempt. We're in the 84 plus kilo division. Hope Showers flying all the way out here from the Philadelphia area. Having a great meet so far, having gone 3 for 3 in the squats. And also hit a big 10 kilo PR in the squats. Maybe looking to do the same in the bench. Yeah, that was super easy. 3 white lights, good lift for Hope. Excuse me, she hit a 5 kilo PR in the squats. Still a great squat event. Michael St. Clair, we are in the 120 kilo division, and he loads up 120 kilos, a bodyweight squat, a bodyweight bench for his opening attempt. This is his debut to the Powerlifting America national stage. He went 2 for 3 in the squats, but he elected not to take his third attempt. He, what we call, scratched his third attempt, so he just put in 0 and just walked away with his second attempt. Oh, it's kind of tough for an opener. See what the judges say. 3 white lights, he's on the board. I always hold my breath a little when someone has a tough opener, and if it's tough and they end up missing it on a technicality, it can be really tough mentally to say, oh, that was a really tough lift and I have to come back and hit it again. But Michael is on the board with 120 kilos. Now, Kevin Din didn't have the best squat event. He only walked away with his opener, missed his second attempt twice. We're going to try to turn things around here. 137.5 on the bar. This is just over 300 pounds for an opening attempt. Takes her time with the setup here. Uses the time that she has allotted to her. Oh, excuse me, him. It was a bit of a fight for an opener again. See what the judges say on that. Unfortunately, that is no lift, 2-1. He got 2 red lights. Yeah, right there, the bar dips. You cannot have the bar go down once you've got the press command. Kind of shows that you don't have full control of the weight. So he's kind of got his back to the wall there because that was a relatively tough opener, and he's going to have to come back and hit that on his second. But for now, Matthew Buchbinder, being coached there by Megan Scanlon, coming off hot off her national championship win. But Matthew opening up with 155 kilos. This is just 5 kilos under his PR. Yeah, and it moved well. Megan looks happy with that, as I would be too. 3 white lights. Good lift for Matthew. Stefan Culbertson going to come out to 165 kilos for his opening attempt. We're in the 120 kilo division, and this actually matches his PR in competition. So clearly he's made a lot of progress in training since his last competition. He hit a 15 kilo PR in the squats, maybe hoping to hit a 15 kilo PR in the bench. We'll see. A little slow towards the top, but nonetheless, it was pretty smooth. 3 white lights. Good lift for Stefan.
Our next lifter is
Jordan Blinko, 182.5 on the bar. That is 400 pounds, folks, for a junior lifter in the 120 plus kilo division. And this is just 2.5 kilos under his PR. In the squat, he already hit a big PR of 500 pounds. A little bit of a delay there. I'm not sure what's going on. Oh, man. It's tough. And if you actually look, his heels were not all the way. Yep. 3 red lights, no lifts. So he's got all types of infractions there. Gets a yellow card for, you can see his feet are not flat on the floor. Gets a blue card, potentially for the bar dipping. And yeah, he had a little bit of a delay there in getting the start command. And it looked tough too, so hopefully he can come back and hit that. But first, William Rounds. 185 on the bar for him. Had a great squat event. I mean, he had to retake his opener in the squat, but was able to walk away with a 280 kilo squat. Pretty big squat. And now he is opening just 5 kilos under his best. Only been competing for a little under a year. Got a long range of motion there. Moved well. 3 white lights. Good lift for William. He is on the board. And now for our last bench of the opening attempts, Tony Tillman, 185 is on the bar for him. Competing for only about 2 years and pressing over 400 pounds for an opener. Oh, and that was really easy. 3 white lights. Good lift for Tony. That was a great attempt. Moved just like an opener should. We are back to the top of the order where Dejiling Xiong taking the minimum amount you can, 2.5 kilos to 55 kilos. We're in the 84 plus kilo division. And this would match her PR, where this is her nationals debut too, and she just competed about a month ago at the Kaiko Classic. Having herself a great day thus far. It's really phenomenal to see these newer lifters competing relatively often and still making a good amount of progress. She had a 5 kilo PR in the squat, already matching her PR in the bench if she were to get this. And she does. 3 white lights. Good lift for Dejiling. Yeah, having a great nationals debut so far. Whereas Shanti Kausa, even though she is so young, still a sub-junior, she's got tons of experience behind her, having won the sub-junior national championships in 2022, going on to compete at sub-junior worlds. She is no stranger to the high competition environment as she takes 67.5 for her second attempt. This would be a 5 kilo PR for her. And they moved like an opener. even though it was her second attempt. 3 white lights, good lift. Having a great day thus far. Sarah Shelton bumping up 5 kilos to 75 kilos.
And that bar is loaded for Sarah Shelton.
Another competitor who is very seasoned, very used to the national stage. She's competed at bench nationals multiple times, went on to compete at bench worlds last year. Let's see how she handles 75 kilos. Moved pretty well for a second. 3 white lights, good lift for Sarah. And now Hope Showers coming all the way out here from Philadelphia, taking 5 kilos, taking a 5 kilo jump to 80 kilos. This is going to be a 5 kilo PR for her, and she's only been competing for about a year. This is going to be her 3rd meet ever, and it's on the national stage. Oh yeah, that move, phenomenal for a 5 kilo PR. 3 white lights, good lift for Hope, carrying some positive momentum, having not missed a lift yet.
That bar is loaded and ready for Michael.
Michael St. Clair coming out to 127.5 kilos. Oh, and it's a battle, but he's up for it. See what the judges say. 2-1, it's a good lift for Michael. If you remember, his opener was a bit of work too, but he's able to add 7.5 kilos to that. Going 2 for 2 so far in the bench event. Now, Kevin Din, his back is really against the wall here. He missed his opener at 137.5 kilos, having to repeat that. And he missed his opener on blue cards. Oh, I remember. It was a little bit tough, and he was pressing it up, and the bar unfortunately dipped, and that is what got him those blue cards. He's got the strength for it. He's just got to make some technical corrections. Come on, Kevin. Oh, no. Unfortunately, it's just a little bit too heavy. He seems okay. Doesn't seem to be walking away, like grabbing his pec or anything. But that's going to be really, really tough for him in the 3rd attempt. His back is against the wall. He's going to repeat that. Facing bombing out of the meet. We hope that he can get it. I've seen miracles happen before, but it's going to be a fight. It's going to be tough. And now, Mathin Buchbinder taking a 10 kilo jump to 165 in the 120 plus kilo division. This is going to be a 5 kilo PR for him already on his 2nd attempt. Yeah, that moved well. His handler is nodding her head. 3 white lights, good lift for Matthew. It slowed down from his opener, but that's kind of what you expect from a 2nd attempt. But they probably have the right idea from that attempt to gauge where he's at for his 3rd attempt. Stefan Culbertson taking a 5 kilo jump. Relatively small at this weight, but nonetheless taking a 5 kilo jump to 170 kilos. We are in the 120 kilo division, and this is actually going to be a 5 kilo PR for him at his nationals debut. Has that beautiful soft touch there. Yeah, that moved really well for a 5 kilo PR. 3 white lights, good lift for Stefan. Now Jordan Blinko missed his opening attempt at 182.5 kilos. Forced to retake it, kind of in the same situation as Kevin. He needs this lift so that he's not gonna risk bombing out of the meet. He missed his opening attempt.
Bar is loaded for Jordan.
And if I remember correctly, he actually had his feet, his heels up. So now he's got the blocks, hoping to make that proper correction. Because before he couldn't get his heels down, and it kind of delayed him in the start command. And perhaps that is what made his opener pretty hard when you're having to hold it for such a long time. Heels look better now, gets that start command. Yeah, that moves like an opener should. So that opener was really just kind of a mishap with the heels being up. 3 white lights, good lift for Jordan. He is on the board, stays in the meet. And that is really a great attempt for him. Like I've said before, it is super difficult to miss an attempt, especially when it was tough. Like, it was a pretty tough attempt on his opener, and he's able to rally back and get that. Now, William Rounds, 192.5 on the bar for him. We are in the 120 kilo class, and this will give him an incremental PR, incremental 2.5 kilo PR. Look pretty good. I want to see what the judges say on that. 3 white lights. Good lift for William. Walks away with that incremental bench PR. Secures that on his second attempt. And now, Tony Tillman, just 2.5 kilos under his PR, taking 192.5. He's got national level experience, competed at last year's Open Nationals and placed 4th. Comes down really fast with that, but it moves super easy. Oh, and he's excited with that. 3 white lights. Good lift for Tony. I'd be super excited too if I moved that kind of weight that fast. Now we are going back to the top of the order. We are in our last round of bench press attempts for the final B session of Powerlifting America Classic Open Nationals. As Dejiling Xiong bumps up 2.5 kilos to 57.5 kilos. We are in the 84 plus kilo division, and she has elected to just take the minimum 2.5 kilo jumps. This would give her a incremental 2.5 kilo PR. Ooh. A little bit slow off the chest, but smooth all the way to lockout. 3 white lights. Dejiling Xiong secures a PR in the bench. Having a great day so far. Hasn't missed a lift yet. Really strong start to the competition.
And that bar is loaded for Shanti.
Shanti Kausa taking a 7.5 kilo jump to her third attempt. She took a 5 kilo jump between her first and seconds. Usually you don't see that, where that first jump is smaller than the second. But we are seeing that here, and I believe her second moved pretty fast. Oh, Ooh, and it was the right call. That was the perfect attempt call for them. 3 white lights. Good luck for Shanti. She secures a bench PR with that. She previously hit 62.5 kilos, so that's actually a 12.5 kilo bench PR. That is phenomenal. Sarah Shelton, 77.5 kilos for her third attempt. Been competing since 2017, has got a lot of experience behind her. I think that was the right call. Yep. 3 white lights. Good lift for Sarah, going 3 for 3 in the bench press. Hope Showers looking to continue her streak of not missing a lift yet. 85 kilos is on the bar for her. This is only her third competition in her nationals debut as she tries to hit a big 10 kilo bench PR here.
.187 her third and final bench press.
Ooh, and it's a fight, and she's up for the fight. That is a 10 kilo bench PR for Hope Showers, 3 white lights. Great attempt selection there.
Just knocked off a 281. Going up to 286.
Michael St. Clair taking the minimum jump of 2.5 kilos to 130 for his third attempt. Oh, and it's a fight. Oh, and he keeps on fighting, but it's just a little too much. He walks away with the most he could have done on that day, 127.5. Nothing to be ashamed of. He kind of shrugs his shoulders like, oh well, no problem there. Now, Kevin Den, his back is against the wall. He needs this lift to stay in the meet. It's going to be really difficult. I've seen miracles happen. Now, his first attempt, he had the strength for it, but the bar just dipped. His second attempt, he failed it on strength. Trying to rally back here and get this on his third. The crowd is getting behind him. Come on, Kevin. Come on. Oh! Wait to see what the judges say. 3 white lights, and Kevin Din back against the wall, hits 137.5 to stay in the meet. What a comeback for Kevin. I honestly did not really expect that to go, but Kevin is the miracle man today, and he does not bomb out, stays in the meet, is on the board. What a comeback for Kevin. Matthew Buchbinder, 5 kilo jump to 170 kilos. We are in the 120 plus kilo class. And this would be a 10 kilo PR for Matthew. How is he going to handle it? Oh, and he handles it well. What do the judges say?
What a strong lockout.
3 white lights. Matthew is having a phenomenal day thus far, going 6 for 6, hitting PRs in both the squat and bench. That's a nice position to be in leading into the deadlifts. And now Stefan Culbertson, 175 on the bar for him. We are in the 120 kilo class. He already hit a 5 kilo bench PR, looking to further that and make it 10 kilos. Oh, it's a battle. It's a big battle. Come on, Stefan. Come on. Keep fighting. What did the judges say? 2-1. Good lift. He walks away with a 10 kilo bench PR. That is a phenomenal progress to make in the bench. That's probably the best fight we've seen in the session thus far on the bench. Lovely work from Stefan. Well done. Jordan Blinko coming out to 192.5. He was forced to retake his opener. He had a problem with his heels staying down on the ground, corrected that on his second, made it move like an opener, and now taking a 10 kilo jump to 192.5. Oh yeah, that was smooth. What did the judges say? 3 white lights, good lift for Jordan. What a way to come back from the scare that he had in his opener.
200 kilos. Our lifter is William Rounds.
William Rounds looking to hit that 200 kilo milestone for his third attempt. We're in the 120 kilo class, and William already secured the incremental 2.5 kilo PR, looking to make that a 10 kilo PR in the bench. This is his nationals debut. Very young lifter, either still a junior or just aged out. Having a strong debut thus far. Oh, and it's just too much.
Hey, let's give it up to William Rounds.
It's all right. He's on the board. He walks away with 192.5 in the bench. Still secured that incremental PR. So not too bad. And now for our final bench of the B session, Tony Tillman. Can he hit that 200 kilo milestone in the bench? He's never done this before. This would be a 5 kilo PR for him.
Somebody get behind Big Tony right now.
Crowd's getting behind him here. Let's see it. Oh, what a perfect third attempt. See what the judges say. He's waiting 3 white lights, and he is ecstatic with that, as I would be too, to hit such a big milestone in the bench. That is it for the bench press in the B session. Thank you very much for joining us. Don't go anywhere. We are going to take a short 10-minute break before returning to the final lift of the B session for these lifters, the deadlift. See you then. Welcome back to the 2024 Powerlifting America Classic Open Nationals Day 3 B session. We are going to get started in just a minute on the final lift of the B session, the deadlifts. We're going to get started with our masters lifter, Brenda Arnold, with 125 kilos. That is about 275 pounds. And that's a pretty big deadlift for a Masters 2 lifter. She could be knocking on the door of 300 pounds by her third attempt. We'll have to see. Look pretty good. See what the judges say. 3 white lights. Brenda has registered a total. Now, all of these lifters, once they hit their opening deadlift, they have secured that total. They are not going to be in risk of bombing out. So that's why it's ever the more important to put in an opener that you know that you can hit on any day, given any circumstances, travel, cut, judges, maybe you're a little tired from the squats. Just an opener that is quick and easy, you can hit any day of the week. Stephanie Armenta, 140 kilos on the bar for her opening deadlift. We are in the 84 kilo class. We're going to be bouncing back and forth here between classes, and we'll keep you updated. This is actually just 2.5 kilos under her PR. A little sticky at the bottom, but pretty smooth all the way through. 3 white lights, good lift. Megan Taylor Carey opening up with 142.5. Had a bit of a scare in the squats, only went 1 for 3. Rallied back. Hit 3 for 3 in the bench, carrying that positive momentum forward, comes out, all smiles, getting ready for her opening weight. Oh yeah. Moved awesome for an opener. 3 white lights, good lift for Megan. It was a bit slow at the bottom, but that's typically what you expect from a sumo deadlift. Just in general, usually sumo is a little tougher to break the ground, and conventional is going to be a little tougher towards the top of the lift. Now, these lifters, they can pick and choose which form they use between conventional, sumo, kind of a mix of the two. It's really up to the lifter's preference, up to their build, just which one they like. As long as they meet the standards of the rules, then they are good. Now, Elena Pikunis getting set up with 147.5. Look good to me. 3 white lights, good lift for Elena. 147.5 stays on the bar for Laura Liu in the 76 kilo division. She hasn't even been competing for 2 years. It's coming down from the 84 kilo class. Looking to go 3 for 3 in the deadlifts. It was a bit of work. A bit of work for an opening attempt, but I've seen it time and time again where some lifters, especially with a conventional deadlift, they can just grind out almost anything. Like something can move super slow and still be not their top end. We're still waiting on the lights here, but I can't imagine there's anything wrong with that lift. Just some technical difficulties. There we go. 3 white lights for Laura. She's on the board. Ana Maria Moncada coming out to 147.5. Has only missed 1 lift so far. Is looking to keep it that way. We're in the 76 kilo class. This is her debut to the Powerlifting America national stage. Oh yeah, that's what you want from an opener. Quick and easy. 3 white lights. Good lift for Anna Maria. Bar goes up to 165 for Letitia. We are in the 76 kilo class. And this is just 2.5 kilos under her PR. Now she hit a good 5 kilo PR in the bench, pretty much matched her PR in the squat, and now is on pace to go past her PR in the deadlift. She's still a sub-junior lifter. We expect that kind of progress, honestly. Yeah, that moved good. She's definitely going to try for a PR today. 3 white lights, good lift for Letitia. Bars loaded for Julia Pandolfi in the 84 kilo class. 165 is on the bar. This actually matches her PR, and kind of similar to Letitia, this is Julia's second meet, so kind of a newcomer in the game. Yeah, and that moved well for being her previous best in competition. With these newcomers, it's really not too big of a shock for them to make a ton of progress meet to meet, but it is always really fun to see how much progress they can make. Haley Anderson coming out to 167.5 kilos in the 76 kilo class. She's got a pretty big PR deadlift of her of 182.5. Oh, and it's a little bit tough. A little bit tough for an opener. 3 white lights. It's a good lift. She's on the board regardless. Yeah, it was a little tough. I'll be interested to see what she does for her second and third attempts, if she takes relatively small jumps or if she's just a lifter who can really grind out that conventional. Molly Cheney, 170 kilos on the bar. We were back in the 84 kilo class. This is her debut to the national stage. Pretty easy, just slows down a bit at the top for that lockout. 3 white lights, good lift for Molly. She's on the board. Grace Feliciano gonna come out to 177.5. We are knocking on the door of 400 pounds here in the 84 kilo class. Grace has hit a deadlift over 400 pounds, so we're gonna hope to see that today.
Bar is loaded for Grace.
Taking her time to get set up, kind of find that exact position that she wants. Look relatively smooth, a bit slow, but again, it's conventional. She could grind it out. 3 white lights, good lift for Grace. Lucky, 182.5 for her opener in the 84 kilo division. Lucky is a Masters 2 lifter, so she is in her 50s and about to open her deadlifts with 182.5. That is just over 400 pounds for her opener. I told you guys, these Masters lifters are scrappy. She's the reigning Masters 2 national champion, making a debut in the Open. Yeah, and they move pretty well. That's a phenomenal deadlift in the Masters division in this class. 3 white lights, good lift.
Our next weight, 435.
And now, Chloe Duplin-Nutt. With this opener of 197.5, that is going to give her a total of 526 kilos. This is a
Clark is
big,
loaded
big
for
total for this
435.
class. She's coming out all types of confident, really having a strong comeback meet thus far. See how this moves, and it moves well. That secures her 526 total. Already a phenomenal total for her comeback meet, but she is going to be looking to push past that on her second and thirds. Really try to go 9 for 9, secure the highest total that she can to contend with the lifters in the A session. We are going to go back to the top of the order with Brenda Arnold in the 76 kilo class, masters lifter, taking a second attempt of 140 kilos. She is opening up the flight, but this is still a pretty strong deadlift for an M2 lifter, and it moves pretty well. 3 white lights, good lift for Brenda. Stephanie Armenta taking just a 2.5 kilo jump. That's the minimum amount you can take. And typically you don't really see that in the deadlifts. Typically you see some bigger jumps unless you hit an all-out grinder on your second attempt and you just have to add on the minimum amount. Typically you don't see 2.5 kilo jumps. So let's see how this moves. She did compete just a month ago, could be carrying fatigue from that meet. Yeah, and I think that was the right call. It's a bit slow, but it was smooth all the way through. 3 white lights. Good lift for Stephanie.
Our next lifter, Reno Carey. Her second attempt, 330 pounds, 150.
And now Megan Taylor Carey jumping up 7.5 kilos to 150. She's previously hit a big deadlift of 185. She could be dealing with a bit of injury or back problems. She seems to be having fun. The failed squat that she had maybe could have taxed her back. Oh, and she gets it up though. A little bit slow off the ground, but she fights through it. Oh yeah, she's 3 white lights for Megan. She shakes the judges' hands. Likely not going to come out for a third. We'll have to see. That could have been just overcoming some adversity there with her back, but still coming out to lift anyways just to secure a total. Yeah, they ended up scratching her third. So that ends the meet for Megan. She ends off on a 387.5 kilo total. Laura Liu coming out to 155 kilos. We are in the 76 kilo class. And this is just 5 kilos under her PR, so she could be pacing to either match that or surpass it. We'll see how this goes. Oh, man, I thought she was going to be able to fight through that sticking point. Unfortunately, no lift. Just a little bit too heavy. I'm not sure if she's going to be able to get that on her third. It's going to be tough, given that it was kind of off the ground that she had to fight through that sticking point, or kind of to her knees. But she's going to repeat it. We'll see if she can rally back and get it. But first, Elena Pikunis, 160 on the bar, taking a 12.5 kilo jump. This matches the best deadlift she's done in competition. It was tough, but it was relatively smooth. 3 white lights, good lift. And the Maria Moncada, 165 goes on the bar. This is a pretty big jump. This is a 17.5 kilo jump from her first to second. And this would be just below her personal best deadlift of 167.5. She'll only miss one lift so far. Let's see how she handles this big jump. Got the crowd behind her. She handles it pretty well. Look good to me. Judges agree. 3 white lights. I wonder where she goes on her third because it slowed down a little bit at lockout, but it didn't look too difficult. Julia Pandolfi taking the minimum amount that you can, 2.5 kilo jump to 167.5. We are in the 84 kilo class. Yeah, they moved pretty well. That gave her a 450 kilo total, and that's already a PR total. 2-1, good lift. She gets 1 yellow card. Now, the yellow card, we always have to do a bit of speculation if it's not obvious. I think it might have been for potentially dropping the bar too early or missing the command. But she gets the lift. She secures that PR total. Haley Anderson, 175 goes on the bar for her second attempt. We are back in the 76 kilo class. Oh, and it's a battle, but she's up for it. Yeah, she just seems like one of those lifters who can really grind out a deadlift with that conventional form. 3 white lights, good lift for Haley. Letitia coming out to 175 kilos for her second attempt deadlift. This is going to be a big 7.5 kilo deadlift PR for her. This will give her a 390 kilo total, and she's already hit a PR total on her opener. It slowed down a bit, but it was steady and smooth all the way through. 3 white lights, good lift. And that is really phenomenal to still be a sub-junior lifter, knocking on the door of 400 pounds, which is 182.5 kilos. I'm excited to see what she puts in for her third. Now, Molly Cheney, speaking of knocking on the door of 400 pounds, this is 180 kilos, 396 pounds. We are in the 84 kilo class. This would be an incremental 2.5 kilo PR for her. Currently, she is in second in the division. Oh yeah, that looked good. But of course, we're gonna have lifters later in the A session to change that. 3 white lights, good lift for Molly. Grace Feliciano taking a 15 kilo jump to 192.5. This is 424 pounds. And she's only been competing for about a year. This is a deadlift PR for her. We'll see how she handles it. Oh, that's tough. It's a battle all the way through. Can she lock it out? Gotta wait to see what the judges say on that. 3 white lights. That is a good lift for Grace. She secures a huge deadlift of 192.5. Lucky going to take 195 for her second attempt deadlift as a Masters 2 lifter in the 84 kilo division.
So I'm going to ask you to get behind Locklear on this national record.
Now, this is going to be a national record attempt. It's not going to be an open national record attempt because, of course, that is held by Amanda Lawrence. But it is going to be a Masters 2 national record attempt. It's actually going to break her own national record, which currently sits at 192.5. Big deadlift for a Masters lifter. Can she lock it out? 3 white lights, and that is a new Masters 2 national record for Lucky. That was a great deadlift. I mean, I'm nowhere near being a Masters lifter, and I cannot deadlift that much. Hats off to Lucky. Now, Chloe Dublin Nutt. Chloe Nutt taking 210 kilos. She's previously hit 215. She already secured a PR total. This is going to give her a 538.5 kilo total. That is a phenomenal total in the 76 kilo division. Oh yeah, and it wasn't even too hard. 3 white lights, that is a good lift for Chloe. And if you're wondering, on nominated totals, if she were to bring that total into the competition, that would have put her in second on nominations, with only Cranon Warford, who is going to lift later in the A session, above her. Cranon's coming in with a 549.5 kilo total, Dana McNeil with a 537.5, and Chloe has already surpassed that on her second deadlift. We've got to see what she puts up for her third. She's got to execute it to put up the biggest deadlift she can to attempt to podium or even win the 76 kilo class while not being in the A session. Now we are back to the top of the flight with Stephanie Armenta. 145 goes on the bar for her. Takes the smallest jump you can of 2.5 kilos. Love her setup. She's really getting fired up for this last attempt, leaving it all on the platform. This is going to be a incremental 2.5 kilo deadlift PR for her. Yeah, that looked good. 3 white lights. Good lift for Stephanie Armenta. Secures a 5 kilo total PR for her. That's a phenomenal day to have on the national level stage. Now, Brenda Arnold looking to take 152.5 kilos. This is a pretty big jump. This is a 12.5 kilo jump. And Brenda is a Masters 2 lifter. This is her first nationals in the open division. Let's see how she handles this 12.5 kilo jump. Oh, and it's a fight. I told you, these Masters lifters are scrappy. 3 white lights. That is a good lift for Brenda. She ends the day with a 305 kilo total. Now, Laura Liu coming back out to 155 after missing that on her second attempt. And it seemed like it was just a strength problem. So it's going to be kind of tough to get this attempt, but we're here to see it. We've seen miracles happen before. Let's see it from Laura. This would give her a match in the PR total while cutting down a weight class. Let's see it. Oh, unfortunately, just too much for today. But nothing to be ashamed of. She walks away with a 370 kilo total. Just 7.5 kilos under what she hit in the 84 division. And of course, when you cut down a weight class, then typically you're going to lose a little bit of strength. So I say that's a pretty good day for Laura at her nationals debut. Elena coming out to 165 for her third attempt.
And that bar is loaded for Elena, 363.
This is going to be a 5-kilo deadlift PR for Elena. Can she go 3 for 3 in the deadlifts? Let's see it. She's already secured a big PR total. Another battle. I think she can lock it out. She locks it out. We got to see what the judges say. 2-1. That is a good lift for Elena. Secures a big PR total of 387.5. That is 20 kilos over what she previously hit. And on her national stage debut, I'd say that's a pretty good meet to walk away from. Julia Pandolfi taking 172.5 for her third attempt deadlift. We are in the 84-kilo class, and she's actually in the lead in the 84-kilo class. But, of course, we're going to have lifters later in the A session. But it's still a pretty good feat to say, hey, I walked away with first place within the B session. Seems like she's done it. That looked pretty smooth for a third attempt. Waits for the lights. A little bit of anticipation there. 3 white lights. Good lift for Julia, ending the day 8 for 9 with a 455-kilo total. That is just over 1,000 pounds. Big total PR for her. Ana Maria Moncada, back in the 76-kilo class, jumps 10 kilos to 175 for her third attempt. This would be a big deadlift and total PR for her at her Powerlifting America Nationals debut.
Bar is loaded for Ana Maria.
Crowd getting behind her there. Oh, it's tough at the top. She locks it out. Looks clean to me. 3 white lights. Ana Maria ends the day with a 435-kilo total, nearly a 10-kilo PR. Great way to end the day. Letitia, our sub-junior lifter in the 76-kilo class, taking a 7.5-kilo jump to hit that milestone of 182.5 kilos, which is just over 400 pounds for the sub-junior lifter. She's already secured a deadlift PR and a total PR, just looking to further that here. Oh, and it's a fight. Oh, it's a big fight. She smiles at the top. See what the judges say. 3 white lights. What a phenomenal way to end the day for Letitia at her nationals debut as a sub-junior lifter. She hits 397.5 in the total, walks away 9 for 9 on the day. Really a great meet from her. Haley Anderson taking a 10-kilo jump to 185 kilos. Looking to match her total PR and also hit a 2.5-kilo deadlift PR. This is over 400 pounds, guys. This is about 407 pounds. Unfortunately, it's going to be a no lift for Haley. Molly Cheney jumping 5 kilos to 185. She's currently in second place in the 84-kilo division. Of course, as aforementioned, there are going to be lifters in the A session, moving down those placings, but still a great feat. 185 kilos for Molly. She already hit a total PR, already hit a deadlift PR, just trying to further that here. Oh, and it was super fast off the floor, just tough at lockout. Oh, 2-1. No lift. I don't think they're going to approach the jury. Let's see the replay here. Yeah, the bar kind of just went up and down there. Just barely went up and down. She could count as a gym PR. Still walks away with a PR deadlift, PR total. Grace Feliciano in the 84 kilo class, looking to hit a big milestone here, 200 kilos. This would give her a PR total. Oh, she's fired up. This is a big deadlift milestone. Unfortunately, just a little too much. But hey, you're at nationals. It's the time to do it. You peaked for the meet. Why not try? We've got an attempt change in progress. I'm not sure if it was Lucky or Chloe who made the attempt change.
Bar is loaded. This is a Masters Division record.
I think Lucky's coming out.
Hold the phone. We got an attempt
Oh,
change.
Lucky might be changing her deadlifts. Oh, Lucky changed her deadlift attempt to 205 kilos. I'm seeing the referees talk a little bit because I believe you cannot. Okay, they're rolling with it. So Lucky has changed her deadlift attempt to 205 kilos. You have until they call bars loaded to change your attempt. So she likely put in that attempt change just before they called bars loaded, and it just didn't go through yet. Lucky, this is a big deadlift for a Masters 2 lifter. 205 kilos, that is 451 pounds. For a woman in her 50s, trying to break her own national record attempt. Can she do it?
Let's hear it right now.
Let's go, Lucky! Big fight from her. Can she lock it out? Oh, she is still fighting. It's not gonna go. Great try from Lucky. Got it past the knees. No lift. She still walks away, breaking her own national record.
Our last deadlift of this flight.
Now, to end off the A flight, Chloe Nutt attempting a 220 kilo deadlift. This would be a 5 kilo total PR, and she's already blown way past her previous total PR. She took a break from the platform since 2022, having a phenomenal comeback here. This deadlift right here would give her a 548.5 kilo total. That is just 1 kilo under what superstar Crennan Warford has previously hit. It's a shame she's not going to compete in the A session, but she is putting up a phenomenal campaign to hit the podium or even win the class if these lifters in the A session fumble the bag. Let's see her hit it. This is for 548.5 kilo total. This could podium at the World Championships. Oh, phenomenal attempt selection from Chloe Nutt. What did the judges say? 3 white lights. She celebrates. That is a big PR total for Chloe Nutt. Nearly 550 kilos. We are really going to be excited later in the A session to see those lifters battle it out to beat Chloe's total. Where will she end up in the placing? And we're gonna move right along to the B flight, where Desjardins Xiong gonna start us off with 127.5 kilos for her opening attempt. We're in the 84 plus kilo class. Her first meet was just a few months ago in October. Having a really strong debut to the national stage thus far, hasn't missed a lift yet. Hoping she could continue that trend into the deadlifts. It was a bit of work, but honestly, her squat, I remember her opening squat as well, looked a little bit tough. Not too tough, but a little tougher than you'd expect. So perhaps she is just a slow squatter, a slow deadlifter. We're going to see when it comes time for her second attempt. Sarah Shelton is up next with 137.5 on the bar in the 84 plus kilo class. Now that we are in the B flight, actually all of these women are going to be in the 84 plus kilo class. Looked like a smooth opener. And 3 white lights. That's a good lift for Sarah. Way to start off the deadlifts. Now, Shanti Khalsa, 140 goes on the bar for her. She hasn't missed a lift yet. Gonna try to continue that. She is still a sub-junior. As I mentioned earlier, she went to Sub-Junior Worlds in 2022. Has got that experience behind her. This is just 10 kilos under her PR, so she could be pacing for a big PR in the deadlifts. Yep, and that was light work for Shanti. 3 white lights. Good lift for her. Hope Shower is going to come out next with 145 on the bar. She's currently, if she hits this deadlift, going to be in first in the division. But we've got lifters later like Alexis Jones, Bonica Brown, looking to take her spot. This is already going to give her a PR total on her opening lift. Yeah, look, it looked good. 3 white lights. Good lift for Hope. She celebrates. Probably happy with already securing that PR total. Michael St. Clair coming out next with 220 kilos on the bar. We are in the 120 kilo class.
Bar is loaded for Michael St. Clair, 485.
Really stalking the bar there, getting focused, using the time he has. You've got a full minute in the deadlifts to actually start the lift, so you can really take your time here. Bit of a fight. Oh, he hasn't got the down command. His knees are not locked out. Oh, he gets the command. I'm not sure what the judges are going to say on that.
He hauls it up. Doesn't.
Unfortunately, no lift.
Please load the bar to 496.
He got a red card and a blue card. I believe the red card was for his right knee not locking out. And the red card, the red card was for his right knee not locking out. The blue card was probably when he was trying to lock out and he kind of started supporting on his thighs. Hopefully he can come back and hit down his second.
Bar is loaded for Jordan.
Jordan Blinko, our junior lifter, in only his second meet, coming out to 225 for his opening attempt. Three white lights, good lift for Jordan. Securing that total. Tony Tillman Bar goes up to 230 kilos. We are in the 120 plus kilo division. He's been competing for just about 2 years, but he has that national level experience behind him from competing at Open Nats last year.
This afternoon. It's going to be good.
Oh, that was really fast. 3 white lights. Good lift for Tony. Secures his total. Matthew Bookbinder, 250 kilos on the bar for him. He has not missed a lift yet. I'm going to try to continue that throughout the deadlifts. He previously hit 272.5 kilos. That's 600 pounds, so we're going to be hoping to see him either match that or surpass it, because that is a big deadlift. Three white lights. Good lift for Matthew. He is on the board. Now, Kevin Din, 255 is on the bar for him. He had the scare of his life in the bench event. Nearly bombed out, having to rally back and hit it on his third, which he was able to do. Really not having the best day so far, only walking away with 1 squat, only 1 bench. Gonna try to turn it around in the deadlifts, perhaps go 3 for 3. That way he could end the day off on a positive note.
Bars loaded, we're ready to go. Kevin Din.
Bit slow for an opener. Should be good. Yep, 3 white lights. Good lift for Kevin. Yeah, it was a bit of work. Kind of continuing the trend now. I like to see when lifters, if they're not having the best day, kind of missing lifts, I like to see when they go in that deadlift and say, hey, let's just lower this. Let's build some positive momentum. Because sometimes you really just have to adjust the plan on the day. Not everything goes to plan. We would love to see everyone hit 9 for 9 super meets, but unfortunately that's just not going to happen. Stefan Culbertson comes out to 265 for his opening attempt. Really getting close to that 600-pound mark, and we're only on openers. I looked away for 1 second and it was halfway over. Good lift. That was a nice opener for Stefan. William Rounds. We are going up to 300 kilos as a 120 kilo lifter. That is 661 pounds. This is actually his PR deadlift. He's been making phenomenal progress as he has hit PRs in the bench. I believe in the squat as well. Yeah, in the squat. Really excited to see what he does there. He could get close to 700 pounds or even surpass it. He only had his first meet last July. Really showcasing the progress that he's made on the platform. This B session could really be, and other B sessions in the Nationals, it could be a preview for what's to come for people who are progressing so fast in the sport that they could be among the top in a few short years. including William, because that was a really fast 300 kilo attempt. 2 white lights. He gets 1 yellow card from the side referee. That referee might have thought that he dropped the bar a little bit too early. You've got to keep a controlled grip all the way until the plates hit the floor. So maybe that side ref thought that he dropped it like half a second too early. Either that or something else that we couldn't really see, like if he jumped a command, if he took a slight step back and I just missed it. We are back to the top of the order with Dijiling Xiong in the 84 plus kilo division, 132.5 for second attempt. This is gonna give her a 2.5 kilo PR in the deadlifts, and she's already got a PR total secured. Just trying to add 5 kilos to that here. And she's another one of these lifters where she just had her first meet in October. So you don't know what kind of progress she can make. Oh, it's a bit of a fight. I remember her opener was a bit of work, but she just seems to have a slow squat, a slow deadlift, relatively, and she's able to fight through those. Sarah Shelton, 147.5. 10 kilo jump from her opener. Has a lot of experience at bench nationals, at bench worlds, bringing that experience to the platform.
Bar is loaded for Sarah, 325.
You can kind of tell that she's a seasoned competitor because she really takes her time with setting up. A lot of times with newer competitors, they maybe feel a bit nervous and kind of rush their setup, kind of run out to the platform. But Sarah really takes her time with getting her setup perfect. Yeah, it looked like a solid second.
Nice looking demo. It's good.
3 white lights, good lift for Sarah.
Our next lifter,
Shanti Kausa, 150 goes on the bar. This matches her previous best deadlift. And she's already blown way past her PR total. She's already hit a 30 kilo PR total. So I'm just excited to see when she blows past this. Well, I'm getting ahead of myself. She's got to hit this match PR deadlift first. We're likely going to see her at Sub-Junior Nationals in May. That's going to be in Austin, Texas. She'll likely be fighting to get back to that Sub-Junior World Championships that she went to in 2022. And it looked like a solid second. 3 white lights, good lift for Shanti.
Our next lifter is Hope Showers.
Hope Showers, 157.5, goes on the bar for her second attempt. Currently leads the way in the women's 84 plus kilo division. Kind of in a bit of a little battle here, actually, between Hope and Shanti. Shanti just put in a 10 kilo jump to cross over what Hope hits on the second attempt. So if Hope makes this deadlift, she's going to be at 397.5, and Shanti has put in the deadlift to cross her into that 400 kilo mark. So a little bit of a mini battle in the B session. Smooth and steady for Hope. 3 white lights, good lift for Hope.
Low the bar to 496 for Michael St. Clair.
Michael St. Clair, interesting decision here. So he missed his opener and he had the strength for it, but he just could not lock out his right knee at the top of the lift. So he got a delay in the down command and then it made it a little bit wonky. He decides to go up anyways by 5 kilos. We'll see how this goes for him.
Bar is loaded for Michael St. Clair.
stalks the bar. He really tries to get in that mental state that he needs for this deadlift. Come on, Michael. Gotta get those knees locked out. I think he's done it. Gotta see what the judges say on that. 3 white lights. Michael stays in the meet. He celebrates. Really great to see that.
If you like what you see, let them know it right now. Lower the bar to 512 for Jordan Glencoe.
Yeah, really great job for Michael. I was honestly worried to see that he jumped 5 kilos, but it paid off. He stays in the meet. And now Jordan Blinko, 232.5, goes on the bar for him. He's already hit a PR total, and this would match his PR deadlift and give him a 652.5 kilo total. This is only his second meet. Kind of the same thing with the knees. I think he's got it. 3 white lights. Good lift for Jordan. Secures that 20 kilo PR total. And I'm telling you guys, sometimes the B session can really be a preview for the next few years to see what's to come. That is only Jordan's second meet. He could be progressing miles ahead a couple years in the future and be contending among the top dogs. Tony Tillman, 240 goes in the bar for him. Looking to cross over that 700 kilo barrier in the total. Oh, yeah, that looked good. So 3 white lights, a good lift for Tony. He is currently in first place in the 120 plus kilo division within the B session. But someone who's not too far behind him is Matthew Buchbinder. Kevin Din, also in the 120 plus kilo class. Scare of his life in the bench press. Really trying to go 3 for 3 here. He jumps up 7.5 kilos to 262.5. And if I remember correctly, his opener was a bit sticky. So I'm really interested to see how he handles this. This would give him a, I know why he picked this number. This would give him a 2.5 kilo meet PR in the total. Yeah, it's a fight. He locks it out. See what they say. 3 white lights. Good lift for Kevin. He secures that total PR on his second attempt. Now, Matthew Buchbinder, if you remember, he's in somewhat a bit of a battle in the B session. He might not be looking at that, but he is relatively close to Tony Tillman. Tony is currently sitting at a 707.5 kilo total. This deadlift right here for Matthew will give him a 697.5 kilo total. This would also give him a, for his own sake, a 5 kilo PR total. Probably going to be looking to cross over that 700 mark, depending how the second moves. It's a little bit sticky, but not an all-out grinder. 2-1, it's a good lift. He got 1 blue card from the side referee. That side referee probably thought that he was supporting the bar on his thighs. But nonetheless, he gets it. He secures that PR total. And now, Stefan Culbertson Jumps 12.5 kilos to 277.5. He already secured that big 700 milestone PR total, looking to bump that by 12.5 kilos at his nationals debut. Currently in second in the 120 kilo division, but like we've said many times before, the A session is going to go later. We're going to have a phenomenal battle there between Bob Matthews, Devin Williams. It's going to be a good one.
Bar is loaded for Stefan Kovacs at 6.
This would be a big PR total for him. Really takes his time with his ritual. Slow and steady wins the race.
Smooth ball,
3 white lights. Good lift for Stefan.
We're going all the way up to 688 for William Rounds.
William Rounds, also in the 120 kilo class, leading the way currently within the B session. 312.5 goes on the bar for him. This is 688 pounds. This is a big, big deadlift in the class. He only had his first meet last July. I cannot emphasize that enough. This would give him he already secured a 20 kilo PR total. This would give him a big PR deadlift and PR total. Get some support from the crowd. Oh yeah, and it wasn't even too difficult. William Rounds. 3 white lights. That gives him a 785 kilo total. Knocking on the door of that big 800 kilos. We are back to the top of the flight. This is going to be our last round of deadlifts within the B session. We are promised to see some great battles, great fights to lock out that last deadlift and finish off the meet. We're going to get started with Dejeline Xiong taking a 2.5 kilo jump to 135. Now, her second was a bit tough. I like this call. She seems like a lifter who can really grind out her deadlifts, but I think this is the appropriate call to just jump the minimum amount. Just add as much as you can to that total. She's already got a 10 kilo PR total, really just trying to add 2.5 kilos to that. Yeah, she's a fighter. Honestly, Lynn didn't look too much harder than her second attempt. It was still a pretty hard attempt. I like that call. 3 white lights. Good lift for Dejeline Xiong. She ends the day 9 for 9. That's really a phenomenal day for Dejeline at her nationals debut. It's really hard to go 9 for 9, especially when you're a novice lifter. She just started competing in October. She had perfect attempt selection across the day, ending the day 9 for 9. Sarah Shelton, 157.5. This would give her a match in the PR total. So I think that is the mark that she is aiming for.
Bar is loaded for Sarah, 347.
Oh, yeah, that was a good call. Matches her PR total. 2-1. Good lift for Sarah. Gets one blue card from the side referee, likely for supporting the bar on the thighs at the top. But nonetheless, she walks away, matching her PR total and going 8 for 9 on the day. Shanti Kausa taking a 10-kilo jump to 160 kilos. This is to attempt to hit that 400-kilo mark in the total. Still a sub-junior lifter. This is big. This would give her a 50-kilo PR total. She's really gonna campaign, likely at sub-junior nationals, to try to take back that world spot. Oh, it's a fight at the top. Can she lock it out? Let's have a screen at the top. Looks clean to me. Has she done it? 3 white lights. Good lift for Shanti. And that actually moves her into first place within the B session over Hope Showers. And now Hope Showers looking to respond by attempting a 167 point. Oh, she actually dropped her attempt. She had an attempt change right there to 165 kilos. This is going to give her a 405 kilo total, whereas Shanti just pulled over her to hit a 400 kilo total. Hope having a phenomenal day so far. Hasn't missed a lift yet. Already hit a 10-kilo PR total. Can she add 7.5 kilos to that? Can she pull into first place position within the B session in the 84+ kilo class? Yes, she can. Gotta see what the judges say on that. Looks good to me. 2-1. It's a good lift for Hope. She hits a big PR total, crossing over the 400 kilo barrier for the first time. Phenomenal day for Hope. 9 for 9, excuse me. After only competing for a year. Now, Michael St. Clair missed his opener with the mishap with his knees not being locked. Bumped it up 5 kilos, hit it, opting to bump up another 5 kilos for his third attempt pull.
Bar is loaded for Michael, 507.
We know he's a scrappy one. Let's see him do it. Oh, I knew it would be a fight. Come on, Michael. I think, oh, he seems to have potentially passed out there. Spotter's gonna make sure he's okay. I think he's all right. Just had to hold that deadlift at the top there. Yeah, I think he's okay. Yeah, he's all right, thankfully. Whew, had a bit of a scare there. We know he gave it his all. Yeah, waves to the crowd, gives his thanks. Walks away with the 520 kilo total.
Our next lifter, Jordan Blinko, 529.
Jordan Blinko, our junior lifter, putting up 240 for his final deadlift, attempting to hit 660 kilos in the total. Already hit a big 20 kilo PR at his second meet on the national stage. Second meet ever, and it's on the national stage. Trying to push that total even further. This would pull him into perennial third place over Kevin Din. Of course, Kevin's going to respond as he has the bigger deadlift. Oh, it's tough. I think he's got it. It was just a question if he had his knees locked. Oh, he kind of stumbled a little bit. See what the judges say. 2-1. It's a no lift. He gets a yellow card. Yeah, if you watch the replay, right there, he stumbles backwards. And even though he got the down command, you cannot take a step backwards like that. It kind of shows that you don't have full control over the weight. So he gets that yellow card. Also gets a red card from one side referee, showing that he is not fully locked out. Still in the day with a big PR total, though. Tony Tillman bumping it up 12.5 kilos to 252.5. Now, he took a slightly bigger jump from his second to third versus the 10-kilo jump from his first to second. We got to see how he handles it. This is pulling for a 720-kilo total. He's currently in perennial first in the 120-plus kilo division, but we're going to have greats like Ray Williams, Pablo Olivares lift later. But first, Tony Tillman attempting to pull for 720. That was too easy for a third attempt. That was great. 720 kilos is how Tony Tillman ends his day. Only been competing about 2 years and hits a big PR total, 32.5 kilo PR total on the day. Kevin Din bumping up the minimum amount. You don't really see this from the larger weight classes, just a 2.5 kilo jump, especially if the deadlifts are in the higher end of weight. I mean, this is over 550 pounds, but Kevin's second attempt did look pretty hard. So they elected to just bump up by 2.5 kilos. He already hit a 2.5 kilo PR total. Just gonna look to bump that up by another 2.5 kilos. Gives thanks to the spotters again, giving his props.
Last one, Kelly. Here we go. 584.
Just too much. He knows he put out all that he could on the platform in the deadlifts. Ends the day still with a 657.5 kilo total.
We are down to our last 3 attempts for the morning session.
Matthew Buchbinder missed his second attempt.
This afternoon.
You know what? This is actually interesting. We missed this. His second attempt originally got 2-1, good lift, but I believe the jury had overturned that lift. He got one blue card for either up and down or supporting on the thighs. And the jury, after reviewing the footage, overturned that lift to no lift. He opted to go up anyways to a 270 kilo total, trying to pull all the way from 685 to a 705 kilo total. Trying to cross over that 700 kilo mark. Gets fired up for this. He's never hit over 700 kilos. Can he do it? Oh, come on. Yes. And that looked clean to me. Wait to see what the judges say. Oh, what? 2-1, no lift. Let's look at the replay here. I see his coach walking over to the jury table. So he got 2 red lights, and that was likely for supporting on the thighs as the bar passed over his knees. It was a very close call, and that's why the coach went over, had a talk to the jury. I don't think that's going to be overturned, but we'll put a pin in that. We'll update you on that. As Stefan Culbertson bumping up. Oh, Matthews' third deadlift has been overturned. He hits 270 kilos to cross over into the 705 kilo mark for the first time hitting a PR total. Phenomenal way to end the day, and a little bit dramatic to not get your third attempt and then go to the jury, have it be overturned. Well done to Matthew, going 8 for 9 on the day. Now, Stefan Culbertson, 282.5 on the bar for him. This is well over 600 pounds, 622 pounds. We're in the 120 kilo class. This matches his all-time best deadlift, and he's already blown past his PR total, looking to add 5 kilos to that. Getting fired up. It's his last attempt of the day. Has to give it all he has. Oh, yeah, it's a fight. Come on. Locks it out. Look clean to me. We got to wait to see what the judges say. 3 white lights. That is a good lift for Stefan Culbertson. 717.5 kilo total on the day, only missing 1 lift. And now to end off the B session with fireworks as William Rounds loads up 325 kilos for his third attempt deadlift. His personal best deadlift coming in was 300 kilos. Okay, and this is 325 kilos, over 700 pounds for his third pull here. 716 pounds. This will give him just under that 800 kilo mark, 797.5. And when it's so close like that, it can be tempting to just throw it on for that milestone. But William Rounds comes out trying to pull for 797.5 after competing for less than a year. His first meet was in July 2023. Really a star in the making here with William Rounds. What will he do in the future? But first, he has to make this pull. Let's go, William. Oh, fight at the top. He locks it out. What do the judges say? 3 white lights. He celebrates, and William Rounds hitting a 45 kilo meet PR at his first national meet, and he's either still a junior or just aged out. Really excited to see his progress in the future. And that is it. Thank you so much for joining us for the final B session of Classic Open Nationals. Don't go anywhere. At 2 p.m. local time, we are going to have the A session. That is going to include the battle of the 76s, Tiffany Savage in the 84s, Alexis Jones, all-time great, crossing over into the 84 pluses, battling against legend in the game, Bonica Brown. And on the men's side, we're going to have a phenomenal battle with Bob Matthews against Devin Williams. Will they hit 1,000 kilos? We have to see. The winner will go to the World Championships. And finally, in the 120 kilo class, we have Ray Williams, all-time greatest of all, could be considered greatest of all time, battling against not Jesus Oliveras, but his brother, Pablo Oliveras. Stick around, come back at 2 p.m. local time for a phenomenal last session of Powerlifting America Classic Open Nationals. We'll see you then.